It's just a fun tune. I dig it. Welcome to HC Space. My name's Adamos. I do a little channel here, and on that channel we do a little show, and that little show is HC Space. And as you can kind of see here by the opening, this is Astroneer 101, an introduction to Astroneer, sort of. Kind of going through and showing you what I've learned over the years of playing Astroneer, and maybe some things that might help some of the folks been playing for a while. I don't know. The thing I love about Astroneer is that it's pretty much individualized. You kind of they give you the tools, and you kind of work it from there. And it's, like I said, been having a lot of fun doing this. And in the last stream, we cranked up the RTGs and started getting things going. Let's head on over to the flight deck. Take a look as it captures the game. There it goes. Here we are. Did a little bit of an outfit change. Went with the kind of using quite a bit of lighting here. At least that was the plan. We got the double-headed hat, and well, been carrying this one around since the beginning. But we've got quite a few RTGs now. Power is not an issue. We've got obviously the high level one, not only running our thing here, but we've got one in the base right now as well. We've also set up a few other things, and we're gonna start basically kind of reorganizing how we do stuff here at the base, because it's more or less chaotic right now. We were kind of in a race to get the RTG, because that's our full spectrum power source for everything here, and it produces 4 units of power, which generally is well, a good amount of power, put it that way. Yeah, it looks like we're full here. Let's shut this off first. For today's stream, we're going to be taking a look at a couple of the things that I have, well, I had previously talked about, and we've actually unlocked one of them. But we're going to start looking at doing a little bit more automation with some of the stuff in this stream, and the other thing that we're going to look into is start getting resources extracted, and who knows where that's going to take us. But basically, we're kind of getting our factory structure built here, and what we're going to be basically producing is at least one of these for each one of the planets, basically similar to this. There's going to be other variations and stuff that we'll put on it, but for now that's going to be what we're going to be producing, which isn't too hard, except for the RTG part of that is going to take a little bit. Once we get those done, then we're going to work on basically a little bit deeper part of the story that we've been kind of alluding to, involving basically drilling a hole down to the center of the planet and seeing what's down there. And once we do, we have to go find well, we basically have to go to the core of every planet in the solar system, which would be why I'm building the drilling machine for that. The other thing that we're kind of working on as well is doing some of the mission stuff, which we've been kind of checking off some of the boxes here. And as I kind of showed in the beginning, the mission stuff was really good at unlocking stuff for you. One of the things that we completed in the last mission was this, the VTOL mission. Called Finished Product, which was a series of different missions that we had to do in order to get to this final mission here. But once we did, then we cashed in this, and we got basically a one VTOL that was just kind of given to us, dropped from the sky. We also got 2 units of hydrazine and the schematic to build a VTOL. And the VTOL is this guy right here. Kind of showed a little bit of it. We'll be using this to work on one of the other missions. That's kind of a fun one to do, but we'll probably start off a stream by doing that a little bit later once we get stuff set up. But you can kind of see what the VTOL does. It is vertical takeoff and landing, is what obviously is named after. So yeah, it's a pretty good little tool for getting around. Obviously this saves us some of the problem that we had. The VTOL actually uses hydrazine to power it, which is kind of tricky, because if you're at 5,000 feet and you run out of hydrazine, you just drop from the sky if you don't have any hydrazine. Hey, there's Altaran. Good evening. How are you this evening, Alt? And a big hello. And it was given the warning that he'd be lurking. Bionic Arm 75, welcome to the stream. It's great to see both you guys here. And I appreciate you stopping on by. And yeah, we're just getting started, so I'm just kind of going over doing some refresher stuff here from the previous stuff that we were working on. I believe one of the things we were working on here, and we got them right here, and these resource canisters. For just this problem. Let's move you off here. Okay, and one of the things that we did, actually, was 2 streams ago, was we put together this little thing here and just went to digging underground. And so what I've got going on right now is the soil that I bring up, I use the centrifuge in order to basically make whatever materials of the base level materials that we need for what we're building, working on, dealing with. This is basically kind of my mass production of the lower level materials. And the other thing we had going on here was we were kind of swamping it out here with the furnace. More or less. Let's see, do I have? Yeah, I did bring it. As well do off another one of these. So basically on this platform I can kind of set this up like this, right? And then when I get enough of the materials together, like here, I was putting last stream we were basically making carbon. These are all carbon containers. They hold 32 individual units of that. But place this on here. All right, I'm gonna get these other mats that are on here off first, which is like a bunch of aluminum. Copper? Yeah. All right, we're just gonna kind of Put it off to the side here for a second. There we go. What I want is, we've got this quartz that we just spun out of the dirt. We're going to take this quartz and we're going to turn it into glass by just putting the furnace in here. Let's get this primed. A piece of glass, put it on there, and then twitch it so that it's pulling it in and not pushing it out. And then we'll just fire up our quartz that we just spun out. Yeah, we do need more canisters, but for now this will work. Alright. And basically I'm just resetting this so that, there we go. So when I turn both of these on, there we go. We'll just kind of do what it's doing. Good, we got an empty out of that. Went to find some sky iron and the Alterion already closed. Not furnace beat us to it, so I've been doing just that furnace. Yeah. Sky iron would come from space. That's cool. Sounds like you get stuff you got going on. Appreciate you swinging on by. Alright. Got some empties here, so let's put these together. Kind of setting up for moving this stuff. Because this will be our next little thing here, this little factory that we're kind of running. And basically what I'd kind of planned is we're going to kind of move over to this area right here. Actually, let's do something else first. Before we do that, I wanted to kind of show off some little customization things that really is kind of only the purpose of that. Forgot I wanted to do that. That was a good time to do it. Alright. So, some of the items that you can unlock are, you know, obviously necessary things. Like the oxygenator, for example. Oh, it looks like I'm out of... Hold on a sec, I'm out of hydrazine. Did I have some made here? Yeah, I saw some over there. But some of the other things that they put in as far as being able to unlock them are just kind of like sort of cool things that will give you the opportunity to just kind of do a little bit more with your base. Let's do this. Throw these in here for now so we can clear out some space. Okay, good. It's one of the things I love about this particular skin is the how it has the circuitry look to it. There we go. Love the hoverboard. It's such a great tool, especially now that we've got the hydrazine jetpack, because now we can actually use the hoverboard, gain altitude, and kind of fly it around, and good deal. So, like I said, some of the things you can make, like, well, here, actually, I could make another hoverboard, although it wouldn't do me any good, because I've already got one. But if I ever lose this one, like, if you end up dying or whatever, you can always rebuild it. Those items are unlocked by doing missions, and then, like I was showing the other, some of the other items, you can actually unlock them by using the bytes, sorry, that we get from doing research. We had a ton of them. We just spent quite a few of them, but one of the things I wanted to show you in here is some of the customizations you can make. Here we go. We had to do the boost mod as one of the parts of the missions, and the boost mod basically helps take more, you know, when you work with your mining stuff, it pulls it out faster. Or the boost mod in this case increases how much you deform the area. Oh, I got you. Checking out Alter Instinct. Wonder if your version of Sky Iron is not the rare metal that's hard to certain events. That kind of metal. Well, I guess like the closest thing we have to super rare stuff is that Astronium. And I showed you that the Astronium, you can get to it, but you do have to work at it. You have to dig all the way down to the core of the planet, basically. So what I was saying here with the mods is these are, you attach them to your multi-tool and they will create different effects. Like the wide mod will increase the area, widens the deformation, so you get a bigger cut. The narrow mod reduces that. There's also the inhibitor, which allows the collection of resources while preventing terrain deformation. So basically that you can go over these areas that I have like over there, and it's not going to drill into the ground. It'll just pull the resources out from the ground. And then there's this alignment one. So there's a couple of different kinds here. And then the other one, I don't think it was a drill tool. We do need to build this, though. It's the drill mod 3. Because when we start doing the core stuff, when you get down into that deep rock, you can't actually even cut it with your tool. No. Terrain analyzer. This is it. What this does is it detects and isolates terrain colors, and then you attach it to your terrain tool to activate it. Okay, so we're gonna unlock that. Oh, what did it take to craft it? 1 zinc. Okay, no problem. Plenty of zinc around. Okay, this just keep doing this. What are we doing? 1.5. I think that's all the rest of it. So yeah, we're good. Not gonna fill it up. The next thing we're gonna need is, where did I put it? Over here, I think. Okay, and This is always the thing, like having a page through. No, not the small battery. Not the boost mod. The terrain analyzer. There we go. Okay, so this is going to print out one of these things here. Right, and then the way this tool works is I'll take and attach it to my multi-tool here. And when I run it, which it's currently on, let's turn it off for a second. Find a good spot. Kind of like this sort of darker green. Okay. I've got it attached to the tool here. We'll pull out the tool and turn it on. I think it's on. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Alright. You can kind of see here I'm digging away at this, right? Here, there's kind of a clinking noise that's also going on. If you take a look at the tool here, you kind of got to see this is the terrain analyzer, and it's got this little green thing here, right? So what I need to do is get that filled all the way up to the top here by just harvesting green. Now, if I, harvest on the brown or anything else like that, it doesn't count for the quantity that I'm digging up. We'll harvest this dirt. Alright, now it's full. There we go. So now that I got it full, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over to here. And with it on the tool, let's show you that. Okay, see, it's completely full. And I got my soil canister, so I'll be able to do this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this spot like right about here. Let's get off the hoverboard. Like right about here. And on the keyboard, you hold down basically the control key. And what this does is it switches from digging, which you can kind of see it's pointing downward there, to going flat. So it takes whatever you're currently on and will basically level out the ground from there. That's if I'm continue to hold shift down. The other one is the alt key on the keyboard. So when I do that, it allows it to basically, build it up, right? So this is how you can basically manipulate the terrain up and down. And then also in this case, what we want it for is leveling. And also you'll notice that when I have it set here to leveling, there we go. It's showing me that it's got the lines in the center to indicate that it's flat. And then wherever I click and start dragging, it'll fill it in. Now, since I have the green thing on here, that green color that I pulled up, it'll allow all of the soil that's produced will come out in that green color. Just like that. And then if you take a look, this is the kind of cool thing about these terrain analyzers is this doesn't run out. So from now on, anytime I want to make that color of green, I can then use this terrain analyzer, hook it to my multi-tool, and then whatever, like I said, whatever dirt I put down. Because let me show you, this is what it looks like normally. Actually, kind of see what it looks like, this off gray color. Let's level out this spot right here. So yeah. There it is. This kind of whitish gray that's the default color that anything comes up with. So let's run back here real quick. Grab some more zinc. Probably a good idea too at this point. Let me see what this is going to take. Where did I put the printer? There it is. No. No. Fine. No. I'm sure it's here. Just pass over it? I guess I did. No, it's definitely here. Oh, maybe it's called... Yeah, it's called medium. Okay. Sorry. Medium storage containers. Resin? Thank you. Get one of these printed out. Need a couple of these because I've been kind of just basically trying to reuse everything that we're grabbing instead of just producing a new one. Sometimes I end up with huge stacks of these things lying around that are empty, just because. All right, well, let's print these out. Okay, where did I put the other one? There it is. Okay. Like this. Where was the, I think this is where it is, right? This is where this is where we go down. We go down. This is the hole that we dug, the first time. Here we go. Okay. Sometimes that can be a little tricky because if the angle is too steep, it'll just slide or fall down. It's actually pretty tenuous right now, but it's okay. We just need it to be there for a couple of seconds. Here. Okay. Now, yeah, okay, good. Got that one. Here. Gotta be careful because it could all just come to a quick end here. I forget how when I was digging, how far I went down. Okay, I went all the way down. Alright, so this is the core. Alright, not quite what I was thinking. This is the other instance where having the jetpack is really nice, because you can use the jetpack to kind of boost your way up while you're going up, because sometimes, well, it's not so bad here. I didn't really cut the grade hard, but like I've had ones that I just really dug down deep and cut a big huge like lines, almost like a straight drop, and the hoverboard won't go up a certain incline. Okay. Oh, we got that. So you know what, let's not do crazy things. Let's take some fuel. Alright, that should be enough. You know, this is another reason why I like these large storages, because you can put the rocket up there and actually look at it. Good enough. Okay, got 20 launches. That'll be plenty for what we need to do. We're going to go nab some other colors in 3, 2, 1. We are go. Thanks again, everybody, for joining me for the streams. Doing these Astroneer 101 streams. I've just been really having a lot of fun goofing around with the game again and getting back into it. We wanted to go, well, we don't want to, but we're going to head to Aatrox, because there's the black color in Aatrox is like no other black in the game. Of course. Alright, and I also wanted to check up on our atmosphere harvesting operations. Okay, not bad. Looks like our methane is completely full. So let's switch this from methane to... I need sulfur for something, but I don't remember where. Let's just switch this over to helium for now. Are you working? Yeah, okay, there we go. Alright, good. Full container of methane. Like I said, I knew that was going to be pretty easy to pull off on this planet. It's the hydrogen, or the helium, that we need, that we're harvesting in this awful place. But this is the black I'm talking about. Is just, it looks so good. And that's the even deeper shade of it right there. A little harder to come by that. I think that's what we want, though. Okay. I'm going to show you kind of a little thing about doing this. Yeah, see, you can actually kind of see, like, in the graphic, they made it so that when you're hitting a color, it kind of shows it being absorbed. This rock here on this planet is a little more dense, so I don't need as much of the color to absorb it. really tell. I think that's it. Hard to see because of the lighting too. What are we doing there? Okay, good. Main thing with this is that not only can it be used to just create ground of a certain color, but we're going to see here when we head back, see if I can find some more of that. There's some here, but I want to try to get it away from the base. Oh, this is where I think this is where I got killed before. Stupid plant. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. Did I take that plant out, or is it still around here? That's the color I want, but there isn't a good patch of it around here. Sort of looks about right, but now we're getting into some shadow issues. Oh, and things shooting at me. There's another one. Ugh. Plants. Ah, here we go. Am I far enough away from those things? There we go. I think that was it. Just needed that little bit. Yeah, okay. Alright, so... Oh. Gotta go. Sometimes the audio cues are so crazy important in this game. Alright. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the same color right here. Let's confirm that. Pull up the tool again. Try to get a good flat spot that isn't gonna just be a crooked mess. There it is. Alright. Leave it here. Flatten this out. Take a little bit down. This time when we flatten it out. On. There we go. Okay, so it builds up now. Okay, when it builds up, it's going to obviously use... Oh, out of power. Why do I have... Oh, because that's using the power along with the hoverboard. Keep forgetting, I gotta turn off the hoverboard. But yeah, this is the black color that I was looking for. Now, the thing about working with this particular tool is that we've used it to absorb the color and then to put the color back out again. But when you go to actually use the tool, notice that there's like this arrow that's over top. It actually shows you the color. Okay, so you can kind of see there's that color, and then this one's a little different. Right there, there's the black. Okay, so when I put it over top of this, if I have that tool on and active, when I dig, it's only going to dig that color, like this. So I can sit here all day and try to dig this color, but see, it's not doing anything. It's just going through the motion on the graphics. But when I push it over to here, see, it'll only take out the black. There we go. That's when I have that active. So that's also another way that you can work with the tool, by using it basically as a subtractive tool. Okay, so here, if I want to get rid of this black, now remember I said this looks like two different colors. When I start on this side here and start digging, it'll only dig out that one color. Okay, doesn't dig up the other color. If I start digging on that color, it doesn't do anything. So the only color I can now basically harvest is the black color. It'll do this kind of weird graphic stuff sometimes, but that's not actually doing any getting you any soil or outputting any soil. It's just a kind of a function of this particular tool and how it works. So it can be a great tool for like trying to craft the terrain the way that you want it, and it can also be a super frustrating tool to do the same thing, because you're like, okay, why is this not digging here? Why is it only digging up over here? And you gotta look, oh, that's right, I got the tool on. So you can always shut it off by using the F key. There we go. You can kind of see it being turned on and off. I just take and put it on your backpack. Once you put it on the backpack, you're back in default mode, and whatever you dig it'll dig any color or anything else like that. It's, like I said, default mode. Okay. So we're good on this, right? Yeah, this has got plenty of power. It's running. Okay, and it's running here. We need 100 units of hydrogen produced there. Let's take and put this with the rest of our... No. And there was an empty one. Here it is. Yeah, let's grab that. And... we'll see if we can find our harvester on Vesnia. I had this problem before because it had landing sites on it that aren't where you had landed, and I know I put the one marker down. Yeah, this one here, that's where the mat was. But I don't remember where we put... Yeah. Because there's another... That looks like a good... This looks like the landing site here. Is it? Yes, it is. Whew. Okay. Now we need to put a marker down on this. Okay, yeah, this is the one that doesn't have the power pack on it yet. That's okay, because that's not what we're here for. Here we go. Uh-oh. Okay, that's bad. That's right. Now I remember. This was the expedition, 2 streams ago. This is the one that we fell from the ceiling. Because, yeah, we ran out of soil. I was like, why did because I kept thinking, well, let's just go here, why not? Why was I not? There was something in my head saying, don't go back to that planet. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's right. This is going to be fun. Because this is, we were doing the lithium harvesting. So this is we just tore this up. Which way do we, oh, we went this way. Okay. Hey, look. Some data we can scan. Ooh, 204 units. That's pretty damn good. Looks like we went this way. You know what? Grab them. That's right. There's the other thing here on this planet is, at this level that we're at, the aluminum, base level aluminum is everywhere. Oh. We just... Looks like we were on the other side. Something. Okay, well, backpack's full, then let's grab it, scan it, at least get the data for it. Alright. This might be cut off. Yeah, I see what I did. Came and swung back around again. Let's see what's on the other side of this. Okay, yeah, here's the land bridge. Yeah, we corkscrewed up. Kind of remember this. Yeah. Alright, that's the case. Next level up. Kept corkscrewing. Yep. And there's where we flattened out. Right? Yeah. This looks like it. Came up. That's a natural. Yeah, that's a natural cavern there. This is one of the fun things in this. I really enjoy the underground stuff. Especially, like I said, once you get the oxygenator and the jetpack, it's nice having the hoverboard, but also extremely dangerous. Because as you saw, we got kind of into this predicament by using the hoverboard. I wouldn't really call it a predicament. It's not that big a deal. Because as long as you get the oxygenator, you're good to go. Yeah, this is where we came out, way over here. Ah, that's right. Titanium. That whole mountain right there. Look at it all sticking out. Harvest me. Alright. Yeah, this is... Whoa. Okay, we gotta get rid of that. The thistle whip. Not that it's a huge issue here, because if we died right there, we're not too far away. Alright. Go on there. Oh, we got to get the other color, that's right. You know what? That didn't go down as far as I thought it was going to, so let's launch. And grab refill on my coffee. Ooh. Thanks again, everybody, for joining me. Really do appreciate you guys being here for the live stream stuff. And hey, and say hello, of course, to all of the folks that join us on YouTube. Big crowd there, and I do appreciate it. I did want to do a little shout out. Let me get it here real quick. Vildrox19 watching the YouTube video and commented. He put in the comments, and I really do appreciate this. The start time. When the actual when I started talking, and then the actual gameplay on that last stream, because that is a 6-hour stream, that last one we did. And yeah, like I said, I apologize. I get a communique and had to take it there. So that's all good. It's all good. But like I said, Vildrox19 put on their check out their comments because you can just link. It's a link straight to that point in the video. Yeah, I need to start tinkering around with that more on YouTube. But I also need some more subscribers. So if you are watching the YouTube video right now, if you could hook me on up with a subscription, it costs you nothing. And you'll at least be, well, aware of when I post new videos for any of this stuff. Because basically I'm doing this live on Twitch, and then as soon as I'm done with this, I export it directly to YouTube. Cool thing, though, about that last stream that I found out was that, we're going, that's what I wanted. That when YouTube encodes the video, it also, well, it does its checks for your, whether you're using copyrighted music or not. And it'll do all the checks on this video. And since I use that Epidemic sound for all the audio tracks, not only does it clear the license on those, because that's basically how Epidemic sound works, it clears the licenses for them, but also it puts I think 10 tracks in the not the comment section. What is that section called? The description. Yeah. In the description section, it should have a list of at least 10 tracks of the stuff that I used from Epidemic Sound, which is what you kind of hear there in the background. And I did, man, I spent a little bit of time today going through and adding new tracks to our current collection. We should hear some new things coming up. Okay, we came to Glacio for because I wanted to once again check on our our atmosphere condensing. Remember, the point here is that we're pulling down argon, the gas argon on this planet, because argon, and really I think it's the only use for argon, is in the steel making process. This one I do not know how far we went down. Wow. What was I harvesting? What was I harvesting here? Titanium. Yeah. Always fun to go back through. Ooh. Yeah, Glacio has these really cool underground locations. I don't think I went very far down. I don't remember. I think I just turned right back around, if I remember correctly. Oh, hey. The generator and a chunk of carbon to run it. Yep. Boy, the scrap you find underground is sometimes just, like, life-saving. Okay, well, here's the end of... This is probably where we went. Okay, let's turn around, drive back. Alright. I didn't quite get what I was looking for in the color range. YouTube channel, the same as your Twitch channel. Okay, here. What is it? NEWYT? Yeah, there it is. YouTube.com. Oh no, that's... I don't think that one's actually right. There should be an @ symbol before Adamus Clue. Did it drop that? Hold on, let me, real quick, let me, take a look at the back end on that. Because I'd like to get this right. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, will do, man. You heading out? Bionic Arm. Heading on out. Appreciate you being here, man. Hanging out and lurking away. Always great having you jumping on in and joining us for the radio shows as well. Take care, sir. We'll see you soon. Alright. Cloudbot, what are you doing? Commands. Oh, here it is. Oh, okay. I need to get rid of that other one. It's this. It's YT Atomos. Exclamation point YT Atomos. I think if you type that in too, it should work as well. And once again, thank you to AcostaBot. Figuring that one out. YouTube channel section, yeah, there it is. It's got the @Atomos CLU. That is what I have it to. It'll be like kind of my, I guess the permanent name for that channel now, @Atomos CLU. And that's where I plan on doing all of my my stuff. I don't think I've done any live streams on that. If I have, I've only done like one or two from Red Dead. Doing roleplay over on the Twitch RP server. I think that's the only stuff that I've done live on this channel. Alright. Cargo. Kind of like that. Yeah, let's go with that. It'll work now. It's stuck with that. Yeah, it's just pulling this other color. Ugh. Oh well. That didn't work. That's okay. We had a couple of it was a couple of things that I was wondering. First, how we were doing on this, because this is this will be where we're going to work on for our next project, the Extractor. But I wanted to kind of show you how to do the soil color matching using the augment. Cool stuff. Let's see. All right. Ultimately, what I wanted to do here was this. Grab this. Blink. Alright, we got enough. We got one. That's fine. Alright. Clear out a good chunk of it right here. And let's see if we can find a good lower level depth. I think might be a little tough here. Okay. Good. Here? Yeah, right here. Put that over there for now. Thank you. Good. Huh. Put this into the thing. So that was 240 is what we were getting in that in research, and yeah, it's 600. If you bring it all the way back to the planet and run it through the machines. So yeah, we'll do that. Okay. So yeah, so I got that black color here. So we'll take and oh no, I guess we won't activate it. Did it not turn on? No. Okay, there we go. It is now. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of set it to, usually like right by the home base here is the flat spot. So we'll just do this. And we're out of power. Got the hoverboard on again. Alright. Let's power build back up. While we're doing that, we've only used about half of it. That's okay. Come on. There we go. Build it back up again. Once again, I'm going to set our flat spot to here. Since this has all been flattened out, then we're going to keep rolling it out again. See, this is kind of why I was digging down first, because you end up sometimes, you know, where the ground is at about the same level. Mm-hmm. Managed to pull an organic out of it. So yeah, it takes a little bit, and you'll have to kind of play around with it for a little bit to maybe to get the area to look the way that you want it to. And man, sometimes there's just some things that can be a little frustrating about the mechanics of how this works, because you can kind of see here where some of the polygons, like here, kind of get weird. I always kind of go back to my starting spot and then pull out a level again. Because here's the weird thing about what we're doing is that you can't really see it so well, but you can kind of see it. That when you look on the horizon, you get the curvature of the planet, right? Well, that curvature, if I keep going in a straight line, this will just keep getting further and further away from the actual planet itself. So one of the tools, augment tools that they have, is one that takes into account the curvature of the planet. I'm not going to worry about that so much right now. I'm just getting this area kind of flattened out. Alright, we're out of... Whenever you see this, it means you're out of soil. Oh, shoot. Fill up the soil again. Yes. It was at 39? Okay, I thought it was at 39. Very cool. Thanks for the follow over there, man. Thanks for subbing to the channel. Really do appreciate it. And like I said, it's really interesting because I've been I took some time off to get some real life stuff done. And, well, still kind of working on that, but I have a little bit of time here and there where I can kind of start doing the stream stuff a little bit more. And eventually I'd like to, you know, monetize the channel at some point. And so nowadays I'm just trying to get people to subscribe. And like anytime you're watching a video over there and, you know, all you have to do, it would help out a whole bunch, is give me a thumbs up, maybe drop a comment in there. Like I said, I was thanking earlier the person that had stopped on by and put in, there we go, Vildrox19 had commented on the start time of the stream. Because basically it was about, what, 23 minutes of music was basically it, which, you know, that's actually a brief period if you're familiar with my radio stuff. But, yeah, they had dropped in the comments there, and that video probably I'll see it get quite a few more views in the future. Mainly because when somebody comments on a video, just a simple comment, it bumps it up in other people's random search for stuff. And, you know, like I said, Astroneer, it seems to quite a few people have been watching the streams, and I do appreciate that. So yeah, subbing helps out a whole bunch. Alright, let's get back to laying down some groundwork here. Go. Another thing would help out here. Oh, you know what? Let's just go do this. Let's make organic and just throw it onto the furnace. There we go. Over here, let's grab, where is it? This other soil canister off of there. Usually one of the things that I'll do with this too, I don't think I have the extra, oh yeah I do, hold on, do this. I had the auto arm on it, here it is. One of like the first rewards you get is this little platform here, which is just a double platform, and I like to kind of use it to just place these on. That way I can kind of move it around easily for doing this kind of stuff. Let's see, Ultron. Yeah, I had no idea you switched from the old channel to the new one. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. No wonder you hadn't seen a lot of the YouTube stuff, because I had no idea the other channel existed. Yeah, this was kind of one of the things that had happened, well, quite a while ago. I think about a year and a half ago. They had kind of made it so that, well, what I was trying to do is universalize the Atomos CLU. And even though I had that other channel for like 12 years, they wouldn't let me switch the name. So that had to be CAPT Atomos, which, yeah, it made it a little bit more difficult to deal with. So yeah, I had been putting stuff over there, but for quite a while, and doing the live Twitch streams, and it was probably right about that time. I don't know, maybe it was about that time that I also right now I don't have the subscription to the Streamlabs account. So one of the things with the subscription to the Streamlabs account is that you can stream multiple places at once. For now, all I can do is one, and currently I've pretty much moved it to Twitch. And then I upload the videos off of Twitch to YouTube. Mainly because Twitch is where there's going to be a lot more people that'll see the live stuff. YouTube hasn't been real great with promoting anything that's live ever. So Twitch tends to be, if I'm going to do live streams like this for my content, Twitch is probably the best place. And I was able to switch the name there without any trouble. But yeah, the new YouTube channel there will have a couple of years worth of stuff for you to watch if you're interested. I don't even remember. I know when I did HC Space No Man's Sky, I did drops on there, and that was marathon streaming when I did those. Basically, it was like, I think the first day I streamed for 10 or 12 hours, and then it just kept getting longer each day. And at the end there, I think I did a 15-hour stream or something like that. Which YouTube doesn't like. You can only do, I think, 11 hours, and then it cuts you off for a live stream. Yeah, this is shaping up pretty good. Like I said, it doesn't take long once you, especially when you get it kind of set up, but it still isn't the best way to do it. Like I said, don't ever claim to be an expert in Astroneer, but I've learned quite a few things that are kind of fun to do. And yeah, you can probably come up with anybody could probably come up with a better way to do this, but it works for my purposes here. Alright, let's get some of this stuff out of the way. The buggy! Love the buggy. Okay, we got some more. I think we got some more. More organics we can process. Okay. Looking good. There we go. But yeah, talking about the YouTube channel there, Alteran, I think, I'm not sure if, did you have, I don't know, do you have the access to my, my Discord channel? The HC Arcade? I should put that up. I gotta renew it. Takes a second, but yeah, there you can get, well, a lot of the information on stuff that I'm messing around with. I usually will do a system-wide announcement on the channel when I'm going live. And I've started putting up the harmless content promotional stuff there too. Whenever I'm going to do a harmless content show, or I don't do it as much when I do the hick shows, just because those kind of happen out of the blue. It's usually around 11 o'clock, and then I have no idea how long that's gonna go sometimes, because we can definitely get talking. All right, looks good. put this right here. Like that. There. Check that there. And there we go. Okay, yeah, see, here you go. This is what I was talking about with the plane and the planet. We're going on a flat line there, so as we move further and further out, this starts to get higher and higher. That's okay. For the purposes of what we're putting together, this will be fine. But just like this. Oh. View. Okay, we'll stick you on there for now to scrap. Then line it up. Okay. Alright. Get some other things here crafted so that we can organize this a little bit better. Using these little platforms here. We tend to use a lot of these in the final form. Okay. And that'll work. Alright, that one's gonna have to go right here, I think. This one we don't really need, but doesn't hurt. Buff baby, heyo, what's up? How you doing? We are in the very exciting phase of house cleaning. as that goes. Just popping by real quick to say hi. Hey, appreciate that. Doing good. Been having a good time. Been man, like it's funny. Like you would stop by on Saturday, and Saturday we ended up doing a ridiculously long stream for me. Because I knew I was going to be off on Sunday, doing the radio show. So I was like, well, I might as well get, you know, as much done as I can. Put this right here. I think that's closer. Pretty close. But yeah, we after I finished that, and you know, just messing around with doing a 6-hour stream, and I'd finished that, and like almost immediately after I finished it, I was like, okay, I want to keep playing. So yeah, I've been kind of chomping at the bit to get back into the game, to the point where like I had thought about, after I finished the radio show, of taking and doing another branch off save that I was going to do off stream, but I just decided, you know, I really should probably do this stuff on stream. So take the day off, I guess, from doing Astroneer, and I've just been so excited about getting back in that there's never enough time. Yes, spring cleaning, indeed. When I get more time, I want to hear about the radio show. Very interested to hear about what you do. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what. Let me give me a couple of seconds and get this set up. Because I mentioned this, and I don't know if Alteran, I don't know if you caught it or not. But let me get the invite set up for, where was it? There it is. Edit. Paste. Yay! Okay. So this button should do that? Yeah, here we go. This is the current. There it is. That's if you use Discord, that is the link to my Discord channel, the HC Arcade, and on the HC Arcade you can, well, kind of find all of the different stuff that I do. The radio show is it's something I've been doing since well, forever. When we first started doing it, internet radio was like kind of in the early stages of doing stuff. But we're trekradio.net, and we do well, we have live shows. We've got an auto DJ that rolls, but yeah, it's a radio station based around Star Trek. But basically sci-fi, I would say, is a better description of really what we cover. Lots of contemporary, current music, past music also on there, and we have special events and other things that go on there. But yeah, it's a internet radio station on the Live 365 network. Darn it. There. Yeah, good enough. Yeah, I do shows on Sunday night, and then tomorrow, if I'll probably be on around 11 p.m. Eastern, and that's the late show. I do that until 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Okay, good. We got that set up the way that we wanted there. We're gonna do one more line, I think. Yeah. You guys can kind of see what I'm doing here on how I'm setting this up. We're gonna have once we get things cleaned up a little bit better, all the power supply stuff will be over on this side, and all of the other stuff will be on the other side. do all the mechanics and stuff. We'll need another rotate. Actually, this one should go this way. Boop. Yeah. Thanks, Buff Baby. Appreciate you stopping on by. And like you said, you're always welcome. And cheer as you may. But yeah, right now we aren't even touching affiliate till we get to, well, till we get a little bit more refined, be a way to put it. But do appreciate you stopping on by, and have a great day. Aluminum just laying around. This is the other thing. We're gonna have to go around and find like all of the little pieces that fell out. I kind of like to do this thing where I pick up all the stuff and move it every so often, especially after getting started, because a lot of the time I'm just racing from one thing to another. Alright. We're gonna put you over here. Right? And I actually want that over here. Put that there for now. What do we need for that? I think it's just iron and... no. Guess we will need this. Let's put it over here. Rotate. It'll work for now. Resin. 2 resin, 2 iron. Okay. Should probably just grab a large storage. Hello. Put all our gas canisters together. Woohoo! And eventually go there. I guess I don't have any other large ones. Alright. Let's get that done. Nope. Yep. Nope. There we go. 1, 2. 2. I think we're gonna need to spin out some more resin. We got 12, but gonna use a lot right now. Used a lot in the in the platforms. This is where we need more of these. Take you over here. Nope. Okay. It's gonna go there then. This will go over there too. For now. Alright. I think we actually need 2 of these. The furnace still on. There. Get rid of that. get back. Alright. Drop these on. Takes us over to our printer, which we put over here. There we go. Alright, good. Yeah, that'll just keep printing. So that'll do that one. Oh, great. Okay, it looks like there's iron here already. There. Iron is going to become an issue pretty soon. Stop doing that. Stupid automated things outsmarting me. Alright, keep it on the ground. There we go. Alteron. I mean, one of the things I did upon arriving is changed my nickname, took off the TR. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, I totally get you. I wish they did make it a little bit easier. Even I don't even mind waiting, you know, kind of thing, where like, okay, well, you can change it, but you know, it can't change it again for X amount of months. Well, that's fine. I don't want to change it again after that, pretty much. Which is sometimes what they're looking for. All right. I know I had all of those containers. Where'd they go? Alright. Let's see what that was worth. Yeah. 265. A little bit. It's worth something. Everything's worth something. We need to drop this off. Oh god. This is the inevitable. I've just moved everything. Now, where did I move it to? Gotta rewrite all of that in my brain. Methane, I think we had one extra. Oh no. Okay, that one. The container's good. And then this is just our paint palette. Put that over there, and I think we're pretty much done painting for the moment. Leave that there. Container hydrazine. Okay. We gotta remember to put that canister back that we borrowed. There we go. And we were gonna spin out some resin, right? Ooh. You know what? Yeah, we need to do that. We need to do graphite. Because, we're gonna need it for our... yeah. We don't get a lot, but that's okay, because it's not a big deal anymore to get soil, right? Here. Have another giant container of soil. And then I can pull that pretty quickly, so that's not a big deal. Let's put 2 of these down here. 2 empties. That'll get that going. We got these going. We need... let's get the chemistry lab. What was silicon again? Quartz and resin, that was it. That was the reason I was doing the resin before. Okay. Plastic. Okay. Let's do another one of these. Let's get the hydrazine out of there. Nope. I want this to have silicone, so methane is the other gas. And yeah, we are gonna finish off this methane that we have here. There. Almost empty. Alright, so methane. This titanium out of here. Okay, we can keep that in there. There's already a titanium there, so let's put this over with the backup. Excellent. We don't really need to worry about a placeholder for that. We do need a container to put it in. Okay. I think we cooked off all the quartz, didn't we? Bam. Yep. Okay, good. Gonna need that. And steel is our next thing. Iron. Oh yeah, that's right. We got the carbon for that already. Argon. Alright. So, I think we're ready for step 2 today. We'll worry about the chaos and clean it up a little bit later, but what we want is this. There. And one here. Unpacking. That'll work. Nope. It was on the ground, that's right. Or was it on the ground that I saw it? There. Okay. Yeah, we need that. How much we got? 12. Okay. Still good. The carbon. We have. Oh, I know there was a freaking container of ceramic around somewhere. There it is. There it is. Okay. How many? 19 units. That'll work for now. Okay, that's ready to go. that one for now. Right there. Uh-oh. Stop doing that. There we go. Alright, that's good. We're printing that. Stop doing that. Thank you. Oh. Can do that when we give you the power to do that. Okay. Oop. All right. Yeah. There we go. All right. Good. That's in line. That one printing. That there for now. Alright, let that do its thing. That'll help get things a little bit more squared away, and I think that's good on that part. Because this is just going to be kind of a mess over here for a little bit, till we figure out exactly how we want to set up the power supply. We got a couple of things that we can kind of clear out here. We got 3 RTGs on us. Soil canister. Let's just stick that on the side. And our emergency hydrazine. Cool. Alright. So that's all squared away. That's all set. So grab the first one of these that's finished. We're gonna need this. Oop. Hey, you good? There you go. Okay. Take all this. I have to take this off. Take all of that. And we're gonna put that on the rocket. I'm gonna take that with us to Glacio for the next phase of what we gotta do. Alright. Is that good? Good enough? 2 of these, that should be good. Let's get it to print some more. While it's working on that, we'll take this to Glacio as well. Alright. And then what I'm going to do is I need to take a bit of a break here. And we'll give you some cool music to listen to. Be right back. Hello. Hope you guys are doing well. Getting my break in here. And making sure things are working well on this end. Thankfully they are. So we'll continue forward with some more Astroneer here in a second. Before we get to that though, I did want to give a big thank you once again to the folks joining us over the last couple of days. New followers there, Sunseal. Always good to see Sunseal making it back. Also, there we go. Is this working? Yeah. Buff Baby, who just showed up, swinging on by, lurking around. Good to see you and appreciate you being here. Exiled King also joining us there last stream. And hey, also sounds like a big fan of Astroneer. And so good to see that as well. And of course, Alteran, again, Breeder of Chaos. I'm guessing that's you. Joining us over on YouTube. Appreciate that, man. Like I said, getting subscriptions over there. I think the old channel had like 40. So I think you officially pushed us to where we were on the old channel. So thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Anybody else? You can catch me over on the YouTube at what was it? YAtomos? YTAtomos. Exclamation point YTAtomos. Come on, get on that Acosta bot. There it is. Nicely done. That's the YouTube channel. Basically take these streams that I'm doing here on Twitch and uploading them over to there. I've got everything broken down. If you take a look over in the playlist sections, you'll find HC Space as one of them. And in there, you'll find the Astroneer stuff, along with the other stuff that we've done over the last year for HC Space. Brought a friend with me. Doesn't have Twitch account set up. She will soon. Awesome. Well, appreciate that. And also, yeah, Alteran, I did want to, once again, I don't know if you caught me on the radio show or not, but I did thank you, and I will thank you again for bringing some folks over to trekradio.net for the harmless content transmission. I'm bummed, man. The Discord over there is funky. And as just a captain, I don't meddle in the mod side of that server. So I wish I could have helped out, but I think they got it cleared up. I'm not really sure. I hope they had better luck when they came back. Was that? Let me double check that again. On the right one. Oh, okay, there it is. Red Kitty 23 when they joined us. And a big welcome as well to Alteran over there in the HC Arcade. I do apologize to you as always. I feel been trying to work on a little bit more of getting descriptions of a lot of the graphics and stuff that I put up, because like I have a whole channel there basically that's just all of the promotion stuff that I've done for harmless content, and I tried to put, I'm pretty sure I put like the dates, yeah, the dates of the promotion were in there, so you can at least get dates out of it, but I don't have good descriptions for that stuff yet. Something I need to, so many things I need to work on, and I'm just one person. But like I said, the goal is one day we'll be able to do this a little more full-time-ish. The streaming, the radio, all that stuff. And in that case, then I'll have, it'll be a part of the business. The business. Let's pop back out over to the flight deck. I popped him into the shelter here. Not that you really need to, but anytime, just for whatever reason, if you want, jump into your shelter, and you'll see down on the bottom there is the saved. Basically how you save. Okay, so once again, welcome back, everybody, to the second part here of the Astroneer stream. We do appreciate you being here. If you are new to the channel, if you could hit me up with a follow. If you're hanging out on Twitch, and a sub if you're watching the VOD over on YouTube, I would appreciate that. That's basically my pay right now. Is getting those all important subs and stuff. Okay, so yeah, we left it there running on its own accord, and it produced 4 of the large storage containers, which is good because we're going to use these quite a bit. Actually, I think I should probably take another one or 2. Not only do we need them here, but we're also going to need them in Glacio. That might be, well, might be a little much. Let's keep these here for now. There. I'm out of the way. Don't really need to hook this power up yet, do we? Not really. It'll work fine like it is. We'll just stick the battery on here for now. Alright, what I wanted to do here in the next part of this is show you what basically the end part of Project Glacio and the start of our harvesting. What we're doing, and what I had extracted on the last, or what I had learned, unlocked, I guess is the best way to put it, was this auto extractor, which is another one of the automation items that we're going to take a look at. Now, for this, actually, you know what, now that I think of it, let's do this instead. We'll put a hold on that mission. And our next mission that we're going to do here is we're going to get a big printer crafting out another large rover. Okay, we had aluminum alloy over here. No, I did get the one that I lost, but we'll only need one. One exo or 2? This down a little further. There it is. 2 exo chips, 1 aluminum alloy, 1 rubber. Don't have any rubber in this stuff. I don't remember if I made I know I made a container of plastic, but I don't think we made a container of rubber yet. It's a pretty simple one that I can do on this planet. But yeah, we haven't mass produced any yet. Alright, I'm gonna take that. Organic and resin. Okay. Resin. Ah. That back on there again. Alright, there we go. And we need some organic, which of course we've been burning up all the organic. That's okay. We'll just do this. I don't have any. Oh, hey. Go ahead and show that. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it'll let me put up the Discord links for Trek Radio. Okay, you have to have admin for that, if I remember correctly. It's okay. If if you go to the website, I think you can go through that one. Like I said, there needs some stuff there. Oh yeah, I think I got links set off. Although you're a VIP, so it should allow you to post it. But yeah, pretty sure I can't go. Did it just drop out? It did just drop out. Darn it. Where is it? There it is. Boing. But yeah, there's something goofy too about that link, because that was the same problem that Red Kitty was having going through the Discord on that way. He said, "Oh, let's to talk to Blind next time I see her and see if she has an idea on why that's being weird." Right, gotta remember crafting stations are on this side this time. There we go. Get that produced. That produced, and then put this in the printer. Fine. That in the printer. That in the printer, and it should take the 2 exo chips. Yeah, there we go. Alright, we'll get that printed out. The thing that we don't want to forget this time that we forgot the last time. Overseat. Compound. What if I did, that was what I used up, you know? Yeah, I think that was what goes into the plastic. The 2. Okay, well, got this 4. Did it finish up? Oh no. Compound. There we go. Okay, we'll get it spin out some. Actually got her permission and tried to rejoin the site using her account. After that, kind of gave up on the radio site. I kept disappearing a bunch of times. I could bring her and invite her in Discord way. Yeah, like I said, man, I don't know what the deal is with that, because I've seen that happen to other folks as well. For some reason, it like allows them to join and then it kicks them right after they join. And I'm not sure what, there's like obviously some kind of conflicting setting in there. But I will mention it. See if they can get it fixed. Like I said, I'm not really up on how that's set up. I have a hard enough time as it is making sure that mine works. Which I think it does. If you do have any problems with it, let me know. Okay. So Waiting for that. We're waiting for that. Oh, hello. That's done. Put that there. That's going with us. What we're going to do is we're going to go to Mars, which is called Calidor here. And we need to find our tungsten, so that we can make the tungsten carbide. We're going to kind of do the same sort of thing, but doing a little bit, we'll do a little bit lighter kind of roll on this one because we don't really need a ton of it. But we probably will need some more. Okay, that's going to be pretty quick. 2 more runs. We are going to need... Yeah, that's what plastic was for. Alright, let's shut this down on that cycle. Glass. Steel. It'd be nice when we get these all organized. Plastic. Alright, and just start printing those non-stop. Let's condense this down. So we can use this. Take this storage here and start putting these containers on the storage. We need at least 4 for the planet. Yeah, good. Looks like we got plenty of resources for it. Don't actually want to use up all the plastic on this, if possible. That's good. Alright. Finish up printing that one there, and that takes care of all the glass that we had in that container. We've got another empty container. Another empty container. I need one more piece of glass. Right? We'll need at least 1 fluid canister to put the soil in. Alright. I'm gonna print out that 1 canister, and then we need we're gonna need to make a... Well, I guess we don't. I suppose we could take this one. Our first RTG, though. We can get by on these. Just take those 2. Yeah, we got plenty. Okay, that's good. Oh, there's... Okay, I knew I had 1 around here somewhere, but that's fine. Alright, so that completes all of this construction that we needed to do. Oh, that's right, we still need to build the chair. Okay, so let's go back and find the chair again. Over seat. Alright. That should do it. Oh, except for the 2 most important parts now that I think of it. We need the paver. That's what we needed the other aluminum alloy for. Okay. No big deal. We got both copper and aluminum now. think right here, right? Oh, these are aluminum. Still over there somewhere? See it. Here, you come with me. There it is. Why? Oh, it's sitting over here because I was still loading this stuff in. There we go. Put it on with these. Okay. Leave that there for now. Let's see, what did we need for... One, tungsten carbide. Steel. Oh, we do have steel. Okay, good. Grab this tungsten sitting over here. Graphene. Okay, we need that. The other stuff. More compound. Oop, oop. There it is. Nope. There should be some carbon floating around over here, right? I used it all up. Must have used it all up. There's the copper. Alright. Aluminum alloy. Copper and aluminum makes aluminum alloy. Get another one of those in a second. Get this copper over here. Put that over by the printer. Okay, we get this going. And head on over. Carbon, there it is. Okay. At least two of those. One, two. Up the rest of the tungsten. Aluminum alloy. Tungsten carbide right there. Aluminum alloy on here. And what was the other thing? Silicone. Okay. And I think we do also have to pull out of the machine. Real quick, once again, don't forget you can always go up to your Astropedia. Just the little spaceship here, and then in resources, it has this really nice to kind of look through chart to let you know. And in this case, I need to make sulfur, or not sulfur. I need to make silicone, which is resin, quartz, and methane. And if I remember correctly, we were a little tight on quartz. We got empties right here. About 4 of them for now. Oop, put that down. There you go. Methane. Okay, gases are removed. Get them to them a little bit easier. Stick it over there. There you go. Here we go. Oh, nothing on there. There we go. Alright, kick off that. Will allow us to build the paver. And then after that we need one more graphene, which is the hydrazine and graphite. Not doing that. Work on that. Graphite's right here. There's the hydrazine. Yeah. Around. There we go. It is graphene, graphite, and hydrazine. Those working. And that's going to make our diamonds so that we can make the tier 3 drill that we need. Diamond. And tier 3 drill, titanium alloy. That's the other titanium alloy. Is that not a titanium alloy? Why isn't it loading it in? Oh, that's aluminum alloy. Dude, that's why. There was titanium over there. That's what I was thinking. Zoom. Titanium alloy. Alright, load that in. Yeah, the drill strength 3 is no joke on resources. That is kind of rough. That's okay, because that's the last thing that we need for our little titanium. Well, tungsten carbide is ultimately what we need. Put those on there for now. Got power, we got storage, We got the drills, we got the seat. We're good to go. What are we doing on 12 launches? That's plenty. We're just gonna pop on off to Caldor and hopefully find us a goodly little stash of wolframite. Wolframite can be then converted over to our tungsten. I do have a base here. And the tungsten can then be used for the tungsten carbide. And tungsten carbide is one of those things that you don't really need it until you really need it. And we are at that point where we really need to get at least some built. Right, there's our vehicle. Put 2 power units on it. Get it charged up. Let's just put these right on and open them up right there. So if I just put them on like this, since when they open up they'll take 2 sockets, then you can just open them up right on the platform like that, and it'll automatically be plugged in and ready to go. Okay. Drill. And the paver. And then we'll put the chair on. Always wants to put it on sideways like this, so we'll rotate it around. There's really no advantage to it one way or the other, to be honest. Alright, so we should end up, we'll have a stupid amount of things. Now, one of the things I was kind of showing before about using this kind of driller configuration, where we've got the large rover and then these 2 large storage units on it. And then 3 empty resource containers. Actually, it looks like we got 4. Yeah, we got 4 resource containers. Each of these has 32 slots on it. When you're digging underground, sometimes the drill can go faster than the intake on these storage units. So what I usually do is I put one of these medium storage here, and it kind of works as a buffer zone. So that you don't have to worry about them overflowing. And then the other thing that you always put on one of these diggers is this medium fluid and soil canister. That way it will not only suck up the dirt that you're digging, but it also uses that for the paver. Okay, so what I'm going to do, now that we've got our excavation vehicle built, is let's find a place. Let's see, where are we on the compass? Okay, that's north. Let's go right here. Right where this poisonous plant is. And we can just drive right over it. Start digging. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... we can find titanium usually on like the side of mountains, but you can also find it underground, I believe, here. I hope so. Oh, we're about to find out. Pretty sure. And we're basically, once we get titanium deposits, then we're gonna vacuum up as much as we can. But this is kind of more about exploring the underside of the Mars planet, because this is another one of the ones that I do like, the underground areas, caves. Okay, we can have enough. Yeah, good. There we go. A little bit thicker gauge rock here. Get down a little bit more. I'm gonna use up all our soil before we get to the ground. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh no! Alright. See if we can level it out a little bit better, because I'd like to explore this level. There we go. What I'm doing is kind of slowly scraping away the levels below it. There we go. Just grab enough soil so that we can get it, level it out a little bit. There. Do that. Okay. This is a pretty standard cave structure here. We'll do a little bit of driving around so that we can get some more soil, build up our soil quantity so it doesn't cause that falling off the edge of a cliff thing that we have. And then it's not so bad, but because obviously with the paver and the drill combination we can just point upward and plow through the planet. But like there where I'm specifically trying to get something, does not make it easy. Alright, kind of what I thought. This level is not what we're looking for. Go back to where we were drilling down, and we'll go down another level. You can see we've actually got a full canister now of the lot of quartz here. There's more aluminum over there. Alright, so what we're gonna do here, a little drop in there. There we go. And to dig down to the next level on the planet. This looks like about the same, although there's copper over there. Should see a noticeable change in color on the next level after this, I think. That'll be... Usually that's kind of how it works. It's like the resources change per level on the planet that you go down. Oh, wait. Fucking up. Oh, ammonium. Well, I'll take that for sure. Let the batteries recharge. I always forget when you're doing this do thing like this. Ooh, this is gonna be a long way down. Come on, you can do it. There we go, plenty. And check out this level now. Yeah, this is a different level. Ooh. Just those killer plants are on this level. Right there. But that's what we're looking for right next to them, so bye-bye. Alright. So that's the resource right there. And dig up a little bit of it. Wolframite. Alright. There it is. Throw it onto here. Get ready so that that canister will then vacuum it up. And then we'll worry about the other ones after that. But this looks like a pretty good little spot. Goes up the wall a little bit. See how deep it goes. Not very. A couple of units. Don't you lose track of where you're at. And I have to work around the way the system works in this. A little bit. Ooh, that's bad. Oh yeah. Can I get out of this? There we go. Oh, even better. Wait, why did you shut off? Out of power? There it goes. Got enough fuel. You're acting weird. Sometimes you just have to do that. Flip it around. Sherry, what's up? How are you today? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you stop on by. Uh-oh. Must think that I'm upside down. That's probably what it is. Alright. Well, that's good. We are, well, let's say we're doing really well. Here in, Astroneer. We're on Kaldor, which is, the Mars planet. And, on Kaldor, we are trying to get Wolframite. So that we can start building extractors. This is what the problem is. Yeah. Okay. I gotta dig this out. Sometimes the graphics get collided like that and freaks it out. There we go. Alright. You know what? I'm just gonna corkscrew our way up here. There we go. Oh, just missed it. Alright, isn't it great? This seems to be a really great spot anyways. But there is some ammonia here. Didn't really come here to get ammonia, but Once again, it's rocket fuel, and anytime we can get it, just worth grabbing. Alright, good enough. This gets too chaotic. Alright, what's on the wall there? Flashing at me. More ammonia? No, I think that's copper. It looks like copper. Oh, there we go. There's more wolframite, I think. Alright, there we go. Oh no. This stuff. Like the lower level plants, I think, is what these are supposed to be. Alright. Shut this off. Turned around. See if we can figure out back to where the entrance was for this. We're not lost. Well, we're lost, but... is it on the other side of this? Let's fuck here. Okay, I think that's the copper that I thought I saw. Whoa! So you see what I mean about having a jetpack. Just, it is a must. With this level of exploring. Alright. Alright. So then I came around and apparently went down this way. And, okay, there it is. So it was on the other side of us. Oop. It is directly behind where we're facing. There it is. The road right to it. Alright, good. This is where we came in. Oh, how does this get so torn up here? See that? Huh. Jerry joining us. Happy dance. Do, do. Look at him go. Look at him go. Appreciate the follow. Working my, getting my, follower levels up. And I haven't exactly decided at what point I'll do the affiliate thing, but I kind of like it now. Just because you guys don't have to sit through commercials or any of that nonsense. And, I know you can't, like, contribute or anything to the channel, but put it in a piggy bank and save it for the day when I do actually go affiliate. That's when I need it. Appreciate in the meantime doing the follow here. I'm glad you're enjoying the content, and looking forward to when you stop on by later on when we get to more things going. Because not only will we be goofing around with Astroneer a little bit more this year, but the other thing that I'm looking at doing is getting back into doing some more of my roleplay on the Red Dead server for Twitch RP, TRP server. The Allowless server has a great community, just an amazing community of creators. And a lot of fun hanging out with those guys. And doing stuff. So we'll probably be doing more of that this coming up year as well. Got some things planned for this summer. And as always, man, if it gives you any idea of like how much I enjoy it, I've already started work on this year's Halloween streams. Trying to figure out, get some new artwork and stuff for them. So appreciate you being here, and like I said, thanks for the follow. Anybody else that's tuned on in and wants to join on in with my community, I would appreciate it. It does not cost a thing. Alright, well, it doesn't look like we got a whole lot of wolframite. We got some. That's okay though, because I'm not even entertaining the idea. Oh, there's copper. I don't really need copper. But yeah, I'm not even entertaining the idea that we're going to be able to go back up the way we came in. At this point, we're just kind of going to surf the underworld. See if we can find some more wolframite somewhere. I think that was the thing, is that we can get it here, but the deposits are few and far between, and generally they're not real rich deposits, so you don't get a whole lot. You do find. I think the surface is better for that here, but that's okay. We don't need a whole lot. We just kind of, like I said, we're more kind of just exploring the underworld here, this run. If we can get some useful stuff out of it, so much the better. Alright, let's drop it down. I think we got close to the low level, the lowest anyways. Pretty sure the lowest level is usually like only graphite and quartz. Oh, gee, there's that looks like a chamber. Oh, look at right there. That's a big drop. Holy cow. Alright, we're gonna flatten it out. We can't dive that far, that hard. Wow. Yeah. This land bridge is like half of the soil that we have collected. Alright. This is gonna be tricky. Let's go out first. I always love like how different the lower levels are too. Like in between each planet. The other planets don't look like this at all. Usually have some other freaky, funky thing going on. Alright, so it looks like it's pretty much right where I came in. The bulk of this resource. Right here. Yes, yes, vacuum it up, my pretty. Nice. Alright, looks like almost a full container. So let's pop out here real quick. And really? How much? 7 units already. Alright, well, that's fine. Ammonium, we don't need 2. We'll empty this one out into this one. Take this off. Take this off. Wolframite goes in here. There we go. Now that it's seeded, it won't take any other resource other than wolframite. Put you back there, put you here. Is that all copper? I think it's all copper on there. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Malachite. Really don't need that. God, I hate doing this. Overboard with you. You can also tell I'm getting close to the core, because as you go further and further down, you notice that gravity. Yeah, here, watch. Yeah. Light gravity down here. Okay, good. We get that seeded, so hopefully be able to get 2 containers full here. Okay, there's a bunch. Bunch over here. Yeah, like I said, man, I'm not doing anything. Unfortunately, that's not my department. But yeah, next time you run into Blind Bat, talk to her. She knows. I think she knows how to change the permissions or something. Because yeah, it shouldn't be kicking her out of that. But like I said, I don't know. Don't know exactly what the server admin settings are on their server. And I'll be horribly honest, I really probably don't even know what the server settings are on mine. I like Discord a lot. Like, it's a great way to interact with folks and let them know, you know, what I'm up to and what I'm doing. Put up some other junk and some other fun things in there, and pretty good little place for a community. But yeah, I don't know much about the server side settings and whatnot. Cool. Yep. Yeah, she might even stop by here. What time is it? Oh, it's getting kind of late for her. But yeah, she does stop by during the streams pretty frequently. There's some, but I'm not going all the way up there to get it. Where am I? Ooh, ammonia. Let's go get that. Oh, and it's right next to the ammonia. Perfect. Oh, yeah. Not a very dense amount of ammonia, though. Or wolframite, for that matter. Ah! There it goes. More wolframite. Is it almost full? No. This definitely took a little longer than I thought it was going to. I'm hoping I would drop right down on it. We've been real lucky in the last couple of streams going to look for resources and like just basically falling right on top of them. That was that thing on Vasnia where we fell into basically a huge thing of lithium, which should cover, like I said, all of the battery and power needs that we have for quite a while. Man, these caves are just monstrous. It's just, again, another one of the things that I find just immensely fascinating about this game is not only are you exploring, like, 8 different planets, but the planets themselves, like, the surface is just like that. It is. It's all it is. It's the surface. The world underneath is so huge. There we go. Oh, good. There's some. Hello. Oh, yeah. It looks like we hit a good density of it, too. Woohoo! Yay, Wolframite. That's about it. Oh, maybe not. Maybe. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, there's a little bit more underneath. Might be almost full. Almost. Don't really need it to be full. I just need a container or 2 of it, and that should be enough for the rest of the rest of what we need to do in the game, really. Oh, man. There is so much machinery down in this low level. I can tell you why. Oh, that's copper. Let's see, we need to find a good spot where we can go up. There we go. There's more wolframite. Oh, yeah. Hello. Oh, look at it all. Nice. There we go. It's full. Sweet. Alright. You know what? I do not need... How much do I have now? 12? Not a lot of ammonium either. Alright. Of course it took the copper. Urgh. Copper, there we go, wolframite. Good. Oh, we definitely need this, other than organic. Basically only keeping that because I wasn't sure if we were going to get any of this, but this is all bonus here. And we're basically going to use this in order to create the extractors. The auto extractors. I got plenty. Let's find a nice ridge of dirt. That'll work. The reason I want this is so that we don't run out of soil on the way up. So here, like this. Turn it. Even though it's a tiny bit of soil, it's soil nonetheless. Alright, where did I see that stuff out? Here? There it is. our ammonium. Use that to make rocket fuel. Alright. Keep using this soil to climb. There we go. Yeah, because we were at quarter. We only had 3/4 of the soil container. And like I was saying in the previous stream, you know, if I put another one of those, the heavy soil containers in there, obviously there'll be more, you know, soil to go up and down, but that takes up a slot that I currently have, well, stuff in. Also, this isn't really a maxed out digging vehicle. There's definitely more you can do with this, but for the purposes of this mission, we're good. So I can throw the radar up and show you here. You can actually see on the radar, when I bring it up, it shows us, like here, this is how many levels we are down. So we're on the 3rd level down, and we need to get over to there. Right there. Well, not really, but there we go. So like here, I'm just basically pointing it in the direction and going up. God, look at this. Look at all that as resources. Keep spitting them out because there's no place to put them. But yeah, that was a huge aluminum and copper vein that I ran into there. Wonderful. But like I said, especially aluminum, aluminum and to the lesser extent copper really is not a huge resource that's kind of like, oh god, I gotta go get that. In a lot of cases, they're fairly nearby. This planet definitely is, if I needed copper to harvest, this would be a good place to go. But like I said, again, this is how I'm playing this right now. For what I need it to do. Now, later on, we may find that we do need it, and, you know, again, gotta keep this in mind. Alright, headed up this way. And away we go. So this is part of the reason why, oh god, it's so, again, one of the great advancements in the game was when they put in the compass. And the compass is not, you know, it's a little hard to kind of read sometimes, but just having this is immense. Oh, it looks like we really went like over the top of the pole in this. Oh, maybe. Oh no, there's the surface. Surprise. There we go. Oh good, it's the desert part too. Love the desert. Yeah, the compass is imperative to this game. Well, you know what? I think this is far, yeah, it's pretty far away, so let's just scoop this area up then. Pretty good little spot. Oh, we only have 10 in that one. Okay. Alright. Harvest away. Oh, wait. Might cause a problem here, actually. Let's get this cleaned off. Oh. Pretty dense little spot. There's still some underneath, too. I was afraid of. Come here. Is it full? Yeah, that's full. Okay. And let's go get the stuff that we were really here for. There we go. Yeah. Wait, there was not much there, was there? That was it. I don't even think there was like two whole... No, there was two. That was it. Alright. Fine. It's part of the reason, but like I said, the surface ones, I always find that the surface wolframite here are just... They're hit or miss. Like sometimes you can get some decent... get some decent deposits, but for the most part, it is underground mostly. Okay, there it is. This way. I always like to leave this pretty much as it is. It's not... Oop, for that. We're not going to be able to leave that. Graphite. Got a little land bridge through here. Alright, back to the rocket. That was a very successful mission there. Okay. Ended up with a little bit extra copper and stuff too. That's kind of nice. Let's turn you around. There we go. And up there. Good, we got that cleaned off. Yep. Alright. So not only did we get our harvester put down here on Calidor, but we also got the wolframite that we're going to need. It's time to head back home. In 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff. Love it. It's so cool. Love the fact that you can still see the base as you're going through the atmosphere. Alright. Speaking of which, there's our landing pad. Well, this did turn out to be a really nice little site. Alright. Let's, we need to get the wolframite processed right away. We'll take that over to our new processing facility site. Yeah, let's here for now, actually. There. There. Alright. Of course it takes the aluminum. Copper, carbon. There are 2 coppers here. 6. Fill that one up. You can go over there. That's the titanium, so kind of moving the similar items together. There it is. There we go. There are like a couple of aluminums over here too, I think. Yeah, there they are. Is it full? It is full. Cool. Yeah, this is where all the metals were. Okay, now we're at this point. Let's take you and no in here and start kicking this out. Get you over to the processor here. And get the last of this stuff. Okay. No. There we go. Work with me, game. Alright, good. That's empty. Can't see it. There it is. Alright. Now, so that should be set now. That's basically automated. This is just going to keep spitting out. Both of these 2 containers are going to keep spitting out wolframite into the furnace, and the furnace is going to keep kicking them out into the other 2 containers that we've got there. The other thing that we need to do is we need to take you over to the chemistry station. There it is. Put that on the chemistry station, and we're going to take that ammonium and add some hydrogen to it. Make our rocket fuel. We also need an empty soil canister that we had sitting over here. And the soil canister will be used to take our hydrazine, because it also is a fluid, soil and fluid. Right there. Pull this off, put this over to here. And where is it? That one? Hydrogen. Hydrogen, methane. Start cranking out hydrazine until it runs out of either one of those. Alright. Good, as we're moving along. Alright, while they're doing that, let's head over to the printer stations. And steel, rubber was the other one. That's one that I actually need to craft. I'll have to make some more of that. Yeah, our system's using up quite a bit of power, but that's because the sun is down and there's no wind. Like I said, that's, you can kind of start to see why the RTGs in mass producing are super important. It'll start slowing us down. One steel. Like I said, we're gonna need to recipe on that. Exo chips are over here. What's this doing? Usually it doesn't take too long to use up all the ammonium in a container because it uses 2 for each. So where are we at? 327. Okay. 3.5 hours, not bad. Not gonna go too late. Probably only a little bit longer. Okay, why did you conk out? Oh, to turn this off. Okay, there. There, do your thing. More ammonium. That used up. Aluminum. I don't think I have a new container started of that, so. Yep. Let's see, we might as well spin out something while we're waiting here. Use some resin. Get that filled up. Alright, that's it. That's the last of that. Pretty good. We ended up with 17 units. It'll be 18 units of hydrazine when we finish. Not bad. Was it silicon? Resin and quartz. Was what I had it spinning quartz out for. Where did I put that? There it is. Two. And you're working on resin. Yep. Hey. Methane. D. That was what it was. There we go. Alright, we'll keep producing that. We needed that for... oh yeah. For the rubber. Alright, good, that's moving along. What are we doing on that cord? Resin's almost full. So we'll need to pull that off of there. There it is. Ah. Go too soon. There it goes. Alright. Checking that out. Got one full container of tungsten. Second one's just getting started. Okay, you go back into the other key. Now a quartz container, and to stop this before the cycle starts. Oh, now. Alright. And we're gonna have more resin than we need. Isn't that the case? It's always the case. More resin than you could possibly need. Good for rubber? I think so. The rubber that I needed? Yeah. Organic and resin. Okay, that's the resin for. Nope. Ew. Alright, hydrazine. I'm gonna actually take this. That container hydrazine in there for now. I always like to keep that, like, I always forget about this slot right here. And the reason is because I like to use this for this purpose alone. Just put a hydrazine container in there, just in case I ever run into trouble on another planet without enough hydrazine to fly anywhere. Always good to have it. Alright, well, let's not do those. this is where we're gonna kill the power grid right here. There we go. This is our auto extractor. This is the final thing that we need. We need quite a few of them too, so but this takes a while to print, and it looks like we're good on everybody else is kind of doing their thing right now. So what I'm gonna do is I need to take a little bit of a break. Gotta go real quick to the bathroom, and then when I get back, we'll have our first extractor to take a look at. There we go. It started printing. Like I said, here goes all the power. Look at, blah, even with the large wind turbine working. Oh, it isn't working. Okay, well, that's probably the other part of the problem there. But either way, we're going to take a little break. Be right back. Thanks again for watching, everybody. Appreciate you guys being here. Stick around. We got a little bit more that we're going to do as far as extracting goes. Maybe another 45 minutes or so. So appreciate you being here. Be right back. Thank you once again, Acostabot. Hot on the commands. Exclamation point hoist 'em, exclamation point lurk, and harmless. We'll get you some info there. The harmless one covers not only my YouTube channel, but also if you want to join me on Twitter, or I usually tweet out just before, or in the case of the radio show, about an hour before, or when I'm going live with that. And then oh yeah, and the other one that's on there is the Trek Radio, the link to trekradio.net for when I do the shows. 10 p.m. on Sundays and Tuesdays, 12 a.m. But like I said, I've been getting on at about 11, and the host of the show that's on before me, Hick at Night, which is a news show, since the news is all gibberish anyways, I end up interrupting him. And he and I chat for a bit, and he wasn't around last week, so I have a sneaking suspicion that we will be chatting it up this week when we get to doing our thing. Yeah, let him go. I love the emotes on this; they're so great. Get a screenshot of that one. All right, here's our baby. This is what we were looking to make, and as soon as we're not even gonna, this isn't even getting unpacked here on the planet. We're gonna take that and get a second one going. News. yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong, Alderan. I guarantee though, this week Hick will definitely have some news to cover, just because of all the stuff going on at SpaceX over the last couple of weeks. We didn't even get a chance to talk about Starship last time. And the integrated Starship launch that happened. Good tune. Alright, we are full on organic. Get some more rubber printed off, because I know we're going to need it. Is this? No, that's silicone on it. We have an empty one nearby, maybe? Maybe? We're getting close. We're definitely getting close to the thing. Good. Okay. Alright. Get these over to the blast furnace here. Are we out of slots for the... Yeah, we're out of slots. Okay. There we go. Copper. Copper. Alright. Now good, our second one is complete. Now, for this, we're gonna need a couple of things as well. Oh, which one is it? I think it's... Is it the large that I use? Yeah, I'll need a large. I think I have one there on the planet, but you know what? Instead of just... Problem is going to be I can't carry it all at once, but that's okay. That printing. Now we're cranking. All kinds of stuff going on. Alright. Get these organized. This is zinc. Yeah. The zinc out of there. We don't use zinc as much as the other stuff. Glass, good. Titanium, good. Carbon, good. Rubber. Silicone, excellent. Good shape. I'm gonna print off a bunch of these containers. I think we need at least four or five. There's two. Didn't I have a tray around here somewhere? I know I had a tray somewhere. One. Oh, that's right. I put it on here. There it is. Not panic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, there's our large platform. Let's just take the platform instead of one of the extractors. This is where it's nice to have multiple starships ready to go. You can just pack them all and then just keep kind of running back and forth. Alright, that should be good on those. Let's hold off. Hold off printing any more. Because we need at least one. Look at this stuff. I suppose we can do this. Alright. Take this stack with us. And we'll come back and print out the RTGs. I know I had said that I was going to keep the I just unplug. Oh, just that side of the base. I said I was going to keep this in here, but for this trip, we'll just fill them up. Another little tip here, you can kind of see that looking at it, a full one, right, has the green on the end. That indicates that the tank is full. And the ones that are yellow indicate that the tank is partially full, and it kind of shows you around the outside. One of the things you can do is if you just take and drop those onto a container that you already have of the hydrazine, you just pull off a fresh one. That way you get 3 full ones. And that way you don't have to worry about whether you're going to run out or not. Come on, connect. There it goes. In the meantime, we'll just leave that here, because we need this storage space right here for that. And we were going to craft... Can I do this? Do I have the... I don't think I have all the stuff I need. We do have graphene. We got a couple of the units here. Alright, this gets rid of all this clutter over here. Yeah, see, I told you. We're slowly getting cleaned up. Oh, that's right. Alright. We didn't have enough space in the aluminum as it was. Alright, what are you? Methane and flare? Good. Methane back. Nope, nope. Oh, I guess that is methane too. Alright. Okay. So we got that set. Next step, the other thing that we need, we can take with us. Let's turn this off from this. We don't have it unlocked yet, I don't think. Where's glass at? I used up the last bit. There we go. Why are you dumping compound? Alright, so we'll go in, and the thing that I'm going to unlock here is actually on the medium printer. And it is a... Here it is. It's another one of these weird platforms, and this one's called the tall platform. We need that. Got that unlocked. What does that take to make? 1 ceramic. Ceramics were all used up except for... There we go. 1 ceramic. Medium. Oh, printer. There it is. One tall platform, please. Okay, well, it's printing that out. Only takes a second. There. Alright, we'll add that to our pack that we have over here. There. Good. These were the extra ones that were laying around. Pretty late for you? Right on, Alt. Thanks for stopping by, man. Really appreciate it. Like I said, just hanging out, being part of the chat. Always appreciated. Getting kind of late for me too, so I'm probably gonna call it here pretty soon anyways. But yeah, we'll be doing the show tomorrow night for sure. If Hick isn't on, because he's had allergies last week, so if he's still having problems with his allergies and he's not on, I'll start at midnight. Otherwise, I'll be doing the thing with him at 11 o'clock is usually when I jump in there. Thanks again. Really do appreciate it, man. Alright. What I wanted to do was make okay, that's what I thought. I knew I did need titanium and graphene. Okay, that was where I put the backup titanium. So there's one right here. There it is. Titanium and graphene. And nitrogen. Nitrogen I was kind of tight on, if I remember correctly. I think that's the one that was floating around. Where was that? There it is. That's argon. Not the one I needed. There it is. Over here. Yep, I think we're on our last run there. We'll do some more nitrogen. Titanium alloy. Okay, good. Let's get that made. And then we need one steel. I do have one more graphene, so let's use that. Let's make another one of these. Do 2 RTGs. Those are going to go with us to Glacio as well. There it is. Ah. Okay, good. That's in there now. Got all screwed up. There we go. Get our nanocarbon going for our thing here. Abundance of helium. So nice. Alright, that takes care of that. Do you have a... There's one. Where are the other? We made two. Where the heck did the other tungsten go? Sometimes things can get lost very easily like that. It's a bummer too, because that's an easy one to come by. Rubber, carbon, silicone. It didn't get sucked up into one of these. No. Oh, there it is. Titanium. One steel. There we go. Good, good, good. Alright, we need 2 lithium. There's our other nanocarbon. Print one of those out. As that finishes, we'll print the second one. There we go. RTGs are going to be, that's going to be the big issue on this build for this thing that I'm doing. Alright. I think that's everything we need. No, good enough. Okay, and 3, 2, 1, go. Glacio, here we come. There it is. Home base. Okay. Before this, I'll set this down. Set this down first. Heck. Okay, good. Looks like the stream's still working. Great. That was weird. Alright. Good, those things are here, that's all set. Back home. 3, 2, 1, go. There's our base. It's, like I said, I love the fact that you can see it from orbit. It's just such a nice little thing. Where's home? There it is. Coming home. Tungsten carbide is the only thing that we need. And we got a whole bunch of tungsten sitting around here. One chunk of carbon. Alright. This will get our little thing going here. Got one more of these. So we got 3. Peel away. We'll just leave that stuff there for now. Where's that? Helium? No. Where put that? Oh, there it is. Under the printer. Put you back. And empty. Oops. I screwed that up, didn't I? Come on. Okay, there we go. Finally. That one there. Put an empty one there. That's good. Okay, all set. Just about done? Just about done. Iron. Where did I put the iron at? I remember seeing it was a side container. Maybe this is it. Did we use up all the iron? Ugh. Might have. These are all empties. Yeah. Well, let's just say we did for now. Over there for now. Oh. There it is. And oh yeah, we had one more empty. Oh no, you know what? Let's take that with us. And take this with us. There we go. 2 harvesters. And 3, 2, 1, go. Away we go. Nope, that isn't where I wanted to go. That's where I want to go. Alright. Back to the base on Caldor. I think we have all the parts we need. Let's actually build it a little ways away. This one over here. Grab it. There you go. Woohoo! Alright. We got 3 of these extractors now, and basically you put them on a resource. You can kind of see on the side here, this little thing shows you the density when you place it. Like, these are real low. There isn't much here. Over here. Still low. Below here. Oh, yeah. So you can see there's a lot there. What I usually do is kind of poke it around. That looks really good. And here's the tricky thing about these harvesters, is you can place them right on top of each other. Like that. And where you place it is the little marker, the little circle on the ground. And it's best to have them off if you're going to try to do this, because otherwise they'll move up and down, and this little marker gets really frustrating. You can kind of see here just by moving it a tiny bit. There we go. There. Alright, we got those. This whole platform. Spot for it? Probably not. Two RTGs. Let's see what else we got. Oh, I did get to bring that, didn't I? Okay, not a problem. I've got one right here. Take this. We got plenty of those over there. There's a gas canister, so let's put this in. We don't quite need this many gas canisters, but it'll be okay. Let's take this one too. That's gonna slow this down, but that's fine. We got plenty right now. What we're gonna need is a lot of power over here. Put that right there. That right there. And we should, I'm pretty sure by getting the harvester, we completed that mission. No, where is it? Extract a resource nugget. Okay, good. We'll do that right now. Because we're gonna get this large, basically the large version of the resource container that we've been using. And that large thing is really kind of, well, it's kind of important for this setup. You'll see what I mean here in a sec. Alright, so we're gonna put this in between. Please tell me there's a good spot to place this. I think that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. Sure. Oh yeah, I did forget one other thing too that's kind of important to this, so. Oh well. We'll get it. We'll get it working. Okay, so here's the thing. We're gonna hook this cable plug to here. So one of these is live. If you take a look, can't really see it too well on this side. Here we go, this will work. When I fire this, when I click this over here, there we go. You'll see the one that's live. There it is, right there, that one. So I'm going to take that and plug it into one that isn't. And then, now here's the tricky part. We're going to go back to here. There's a live one, there's a live one, there's a dead one. So we move that one to there. These are all now turned on and ready to go. So let's just get this started. There's the last one. Okay, there's all three of them. And this should be the extractor resource. Yeah, that's basically what it's doing, is it's pulling up the resources here. Do it again. There you go. Gotcha. Alright, there we go. Pulled the resource up, so it completed the unearth thing here. And actually what we'll have it do now, until we can get the large container and the other part hooked up here, is we're going to take these, and this is the nice thing about these extractors, is you can place these containers, the small containers, on top, the medium-sized containers. Ah. Fine. once that pulls up we'll set this one up. And once we get this set up, we'll bounce on off and go grab the other parts that we need. Get this completed. And basically what we're going to do here is that ultimately it'll end up that it is going to pull in the resource, then it will feed the resource into the smelting furnace that'll turn it into iron. And then over here we'll have this set up so that it creates steel. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Oh, that's what we need we need to offset the RTGs. That's what it was. I knew there was a reason for that. Okay, good. We got 2 more left there, so we'll bring those back to this. Oh, same problem. Come here. Just easier to do it off. There. No. No. Now it's set. Okay. Good. Put that on top. There we go. Those will fill up. And we already got 3 units in that one. So while those are filling up, we're going to head back and we're going to get the auto arm that we need, along with 17 launches. Okay, we're good. I think we got enough time. Yep. Alright. Head back home real quick. There's home. Coming around. There it is. Head for burn sequence. Yeah, okay, we're down. Alright. We needed this. And how did I set that up before? Yeah, let's just print off another. You know what? I'm not thrilled about that. Let's do one of the smaller ones. Free resin. One, two, three. Give me one of those. Let's print that. I don't think we need both of them, but you know what? I'm going to take both anyway. We do have to replace the one that we're using. Good. Right, that's almost done. Auto arm. This is that one that we weren't using before. Let's grab this. I'm going to package it. I'll just throw it on there. Okay, that's printing that out. That's good. Should probably get next stream. We'll get another atmosphere harvester going here on this planet. Might as well. All right, good. Yeah, good enough. Taking this. Yeah. That's everything. We're on our way back to Glacio real quick. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. All right. Coo. There's a landing site. Okay, and this will go back to one of the things that I had mentioned previously is when you do the missions, if you have a landing platform, you can go to the mission log and claim the items, and in this case, the large resource canister is what we're going to claim for completing this, printing an extractor, which we did, and then we pulled that nugget there, so it'll then give us this. And this is the large version of these resource canisters that you can kind of see here. The resource canister holds 32. The large one holds 400 units. Yeah. Makes a big difference. Put it that way. And the other reason, and this was the reason that I did the tall platform, is because with the tall platform, we can put an auto arm up on the top here. I think that's the right direction there. Does it touch it? No. This is the tricky part about doing this up here is, see, you gotta make sure that your arm is going to, one part of it, this, you can kind of see the circle there. You want that circle to be where all of the tops of these reach it. And then the other part has to be touching the top of this. Not quite. There it is. Okay? Like that. And then what you need to do here is you turn on the auto arm and it will go into like a wait mode. Let's just put this in here right now. Wait. Ah, come on. There we go. Okay. Test this out. There we go. It'll pick it up and put it in there. I don't know why it's being weird about it like that, but usually it's supposed to turn around and place it in there, but whatever. Not gonna worry about the animation not working right. So you can kind of see how this works, and then as this is producing more hematite or pulling it out of the ground, it'll just keep packing it into, oh man. Alright, I think they're all there. Probably just easier to do it this way, right? There we go. Alright, so that's picked all that up. Put this back in here. pull the power off of it for a second so we can get this platform up. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's right. I need back get that other stuff. Once we get a little bit more equipment, this will be a little bit easier to do. Place that. Now, for doing this, you're going to have to, well, I have to bring carbon to the planet. But other than that, the resources will be here. So like here, let's turn this on. And so what this is now going to do is I've got it set to output. So it'll automatically output from the, basically it goes from there to here. There we go, places it in there. And then when this empties out, it's going to go out. I'm going to set one of these to accept the iron as it comes out. Turn that on. Okay, so the iron will automatically kick out into here. And then it'll add carbon. And then get the methane gas that'll add to that, and there we go. So it's going to harvest this, pull it in, refine it, then refine it further and make steel. And I don't have to step in on any of this process once we get it working. Now you can kind of see here, it is chewing up power, which it's going to do. Which is why we wanted these RTGs here. Alright, so once that's finished, turn this off, turn this off, turn this off. Take this out, feed this. There we go, now it's only accepting steel. Alright, let's get that other RTG on here. There we go, and I think we have room for one more. Yep, one more. Which it's still not quite getting the full charge that it needs, because it's running all of these harvesters along with this and that, so we'll get it though. Alright, this, I need to pull this out of here, 1 unit, and put it in here, 1 unit. There we go. Oops. Now, all set to go. Turn everything on. There we go. And, yeah, when we come back next stream, we'll have 2 full containers of steel. Oh, actually, we won't have 2 full ones. We'll only have 1. Because, we need more space. But there's more to this that we'll add to it, when we get to that point. But, for now, it is producing and taking in steel. Yeah, the trouble is that we need to add the carbon in a different phase, but we'll worry about that later. Right now, it's doing its thing. And when we get back, this will also be quite full. This is amazing how much there is there. Alright. Got a bunch of these resource containers. We'll pull those. And definitely take one of these back as well. But yeah, in the meantime, we'll just let that go. And it will just keep crafting steel for us. Like I said, it's such a nice thing when it gets going. Because steel will be a big thing for the stuff that we're going to need to take back. Gas harvesting. Yeah, we're A-okay in gas. This gas here is going to go to, I don't know that I think of it. You know what? Let's use this here. There we go. Resource container on there. Good to go. Nice and clean. Got that all set. Let the gas harvester do its thing. One last launch to planet. 3, 2, 1, go. We're gonna head home, and I think that will do it for tonight. Project Extractor is complete, and I would say success. We'll be pulling down steel from there. Let's see. Here's home. There it is. Swing around this big old mountain here. Yeah, that's the one, our sunset mountain. And yeah, so with that, yeah, we got a lot done today. As you can see, the base is now shaping up. Like I said, over on this right-hand side, we're gonna have our power basically layout, along with our research stuff that we're going to do a little bit later. And then obviously the manufacturing and production area here is getting underway. We still got some work to do on storage containers. But man, that was a solid, like I said, a solid day worth of stuff. So, once again, I want to thank you all for joining me today as we get some more done with our Astroneer 101. Like I said, the last two streams have been kind of long ones, but they're the biggest part of getting the next phase of Astroneer done. So, like I said, man, I really do appreciate you guys being here. Don't forget, you can check me on out here. Post the things there. There's a link to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/@AtomosCLU, twitter.com/Atomos_CLU, and then you can catch me on trekradio.net. Just go to your browser, type in trekradio.net. That'll take you to the webpage. You can also find it on Lives 365 if you were looking for it. It's a great little phone app. I actually use it all the time. And you can check things out there as well. But tomorrow night we'll be probably jumping on at 11 Eastern Daylight Savings Time. If Hick is on, which he does the 10 o'clock Eastern. But if not, I'll be on at midnight, 12 a.m. EDT, tomorrow night on trekradio.net. Thanks again, everybody. Really appreciate you guys coming and hanging out. Have a great day, and we'll see you again hopefully real soon for more Astroneer 101.